Hello and good afternoon, and welcome to the last game of the first round. It is going to be the Southern Rocks versus the Matabeleland Tuskers. Tuskers languishing with not much to show for their efforts this season. And Southern Rocks at the brink of topping the table if they're able to win this one. Previously, we saw the game that was played earlier, and that was between the Mashonaland Eagles against the Mega Market Mountaineers. The Mega Market Mountaineers struggling in that game and losing by 47 runs. So into the second game, obviously this is the last of the first round. We're going to take a break after this particular game, and then we will catch up with you for the domestic T20 in the new year in January, just before we rock into the World Cup under 19 matches. So, looking into the betting, which has not been great over the last couple of days in this tournament. Clive Madande tops the run scoring at the top with 53 not out, an average of 118. He's done very well to pick up a couple of not outs in there. A healthy strike rate. Looking forward, Clive Madande, Ben Karen, Tarsaim Sakanda, Antam Nagvi. Those are all guys we expect to see in and around those places. However, those numbers can definitely improve. Only a couple of 50s in there. If you look, Madande has got a 50. Mufanda Uya, the upcoming youngster, has got a 50. Innocent Kaia has got a 50. Nicholas Welsh. And not much to speak about in terms of hundreds. Moving on, an average of 12. Maximum wickets in an innings have been 3. And then moving on to the spinners, especially, they've dominated that. Looking at the log standings, the Midlands Rhinos, four played, 1-2, lost 1, and a rain-affected match. So we look at the Southern Rocks and the Tuskers. They are the focal point of today. They will be looking to register some victories, especially the Tuskers. So earlier, we were at the toss, and the Matabeleland Tuskers winning the toss and electing to bet. Team news from the Southern Rocks is that Lennox Chando, the young and upcoming wicketkeeper batsman, has got a nod today ahead of Sifas Juwawo and Tafazwa Tsiga. So he'll come in to open the batting at the top of the order. And it will be very nice to see how he goes about his business. He is an explosive young man who likes to take on the bowling. And as far as the Tuskers are concerned, Tawanda Maposa misses out, Ali Khan misses out, Petro Sitoli, the top order batter, misses out as well, and Muslim Khan is also on the bench. Brian Chari will continue, Tanatskwa Bechani, Tafaram Pariwa will get his chance, Luke Jongwe back, and Brian Muzinganyama, after a decent start, Tanatskwa Bechani to kick us off. A good start off the mark straight away. 2 runs, good running. Pressure into the deep, Clive Madande unable to collect. You'd probably be right at the boundary, so unable to stop that single. Mfanda we are fresh off a magnificent 50. He's a hard-working young man, and you can almost preempt his success coming. Beautiful ball. Yeah, tucks him up and doesn't give any room to play any shot. Now we saw earlier, this is the third left arm spinner to open the innings from this end, this game, on this ground. Mfanda, we are just not particularly happy with the umpire's decision, and the umpire thinks there was something off that ball. So left arm spin is dominated here. Ali Hasnan, Masakadza, all bowling from this end in the previous game, and they were very successful. Ali Hasnan picked up 3 very important wickets for the Eagles. As of Masakadza, he also picked up a fourth. Beautiful bowling. Lovely control from Tanasco Bichani. He rocked up onto the stage during the first couple of years of the NPL, and since then he hasn't looked back at the umpires for this particular game. On strike is Sera Dambanevana. Driven, doesn't find the gap. Beautiful over from Tanasco Bichani. Starts the Tuskers off beautifully. 2 for no loss are the Southern Rocks. Osa will be the bowler that will start things. Osa will be the bowler that will start things off from the city end. And he went of Lennox, a long one as well. But basically being looked at more on the bowling front. A bit of cloud cover building up from the easterly side of the field. I'm hoping that those clouds don't play any part in tonight's fixture. LBW shouts, maybe getting a little bit too much movement into the batsman. Another leg by. It's been a very disciplined start this from the Matabeleland Tuskers. Earlier on, if you were listening in the match between between the Mountaineers and the Eagles. The Tuskers assistant coach, Zimbabwe veteran bowler Christopher Mpofu, was in commentary. Down the ground, that will be the first boundary for Lennox Chando. It goes through the line, full straight. And he presents a full face with a flurry and picks up his first boundary. And the Rocks his first boundary. He looks, the part is Lennox. He's not afraid to play his shots. And he's coming from a lot of cricket and he's been bagged here ahead of Sivas Joao by the coach, Jabulo Nkube. Full again and driven. This time doesn't get all of it. Misfield manages to allow them to pick up a single. There is an overthrow. So good running, good judgment of singles in the ring has profited. An extra one for Lennox Chando, who moves on to 7. The Rocks moves to 10 for no loss after the 2 overs. And tell you what, this has been a very, very decent start for the Tuskers. It's controlling the run scoring, and now the lights are starting to take effect. So obviously, the white ball will also start to do funny things in the air. But fortunately, for these two bets, starts off with a shortish delivery, and Mfandawiya will be kicking himself for missing out on that one. 2 of 10. Driven down the ground. I think that will run away for 4. It's going to be a greasy outfield and with a hard white ball. It's going to skid away and run away for 4. There was a fielder in pursuit, but they had no chance. Beautiful shot from Mfandawiya. He picks up his first boundary. seems as if the wicket has picked up a little bit of pace. If you're watching that game between the Eagles and the Mountaineers, the wicket just seemed to stop a little bit in the surface. Beautiful. This is beautiful cricket from these Rocks boys. Full understanding of exactly what they want to do. If it's a bad ball, they're going hard at it. If it's a good ball, nice and soft into gaps, into spaces and picking up singles. Just 2 boundaries in this innings and they already raced away to 15. 15 or 15 so far. Luke Jongwe warming his shoulders up. Good bumper. Yeah, good bumper. Going with the plan. If you are going to play that push shot, you're going to have to be able to deal with the fielder in the deep. And the fielder in the deep, Clive Madande, who's usually behind the stumps. Monashe Chimsoro, the former under-19 Zimbabwe international, preferred to do the wicket keeping ahead of Clive Madande. Tries to pull that away, doesn't connect. Chimsoro fumbles and allows Mfandawuya to run through for a bye. That's here. Nsirada Manewana. The first women's umpire to officiate on a professional level in Zimbabwe. And she keeps breaking those barriers from ICC tournaments to franchises and things that you want to see. Ball out! Yeah, through that gate. Mfandawuya trying to find some space. Makes a little shimmy with his feet, but doesn't connect. Almost looks like he chopped on. In Enes Masuku, a strike for the Tuskers. The informed batter will have to walk back. The Rocks. They lose their first wicket, 16 for 1. Newman in, Innocent Kaia, World Cup opener elect. I mean, February is just around the corner, and in some instances, Kaia just seems to pick up form right at the most important of times. A few of those Zimbabwe internationals that were up in Pakistan will be very nervous because that wasn't entirely a very successful tour in terms of the batters. Brandon Taylor, short of runs on international level, short of runs in this tournament. Brian Bennett, not that his place is in question, but you would love to have a little bit more success in terms of runs. And Kaia just seems to pick up that form right around the right times. Picked up a few hundreds in the NPL, and coming into this particular tournament, he has picked up a few Player of the Match awards. Luke Jongwe, driven away uppishly over extra cover. A couple of bounces into the rope towards the fourth stand. And a beautiful shot from Lennox Chando. Not a great ball from Luke Jongwe, but you still need to put it away, and goodness me, Lennox Chando is looking the part here. And he's definitely looking to take his chance. Not an easy thing to get Sifas Joao sitting in the T20 game. And Lennox Chando He's done that today. Makes some space and drives through the covers. That is a magnificent shot. Almost as if he knew exactly what Luke Jongwe wanted to do. And this over, he started on fire here. Luke Jongwe put under pressure straight away. The 2 boundaries of the first 2 deliveries. And the captain, we have to rethink his ideas here. Where do I go next year? Because Lennox Chando is definitely betting like a house on fire here. You wouldn't know who between Lennox Chando and Infanda Weir was on debut. Infanda Weir struggled a little bit. 7 of the 13 deliveries that he faced, he didn't really manage to get to his busy that he always does. Cut away. It's going to be a 3rd boundary in a row here. Now Lennox Chando is turning it on here, and the crowd is definitely loving it. Not a great ball again from Luke Jongwe. Lots of width and just asking to be hit, and Lennox Chando does not need a second invitation. Change of field. Man in the deep is employed. 3rd man comes into the circle. A very difficult field to come and bowl to, especially when under pressure. Over the top, nailed. The fielder at mid-off, Tinoma Posa, tries to judge that and jump very late, but he was not going to be able to cut that down. 4th boundary in a row. My goodness, Lennox Chando, where have you been? What a player. 4, 4, 4, and 4. Guess what's coming next? I've got no idea, but definitely it's going to be exciting. Can Luke Jongwe come back and find some joy in this over? Clever. Very good batting. If you pick up 4 boundaries, all you need to do is to find your way to the other end to make sure you are there for the next over. And Lennox Chando doing exactly that. Very exemplary, very mature for a player who's playing his first domestic T20 game. And his rest away to 24 of just 10 deliveries. Off the mark is innocent Kaia. You keep the strike. 4 overs gone, 34 for 1. Bowling card, Bechani started very well. Dot ball count, I'm always very interested in that. Luke Jongwe, look at that. He didn't bowl any dot balls. Enes Masuku continues into his 2nd over. He's greeted by a straightish blade by Innocent Kaia. Knocks it down to long on. And the light's taking full effect right now. You can see how beautiful Harare Sports Club is at night. How I wish I could find a bigger crowd somewhere to just entertain these players and rally them on. Strong shots. Very strong shot. I like that a lot from openers. Nothing fancy. See ball, hit ball. And this time around, he doesn't pick a gap. Looks a very confident young man is Lennox Chando. Backs his game. Something you don't know about Lennox though. I know you don't know a lot about Lennox because he's on debut. He's actually a reader. edged. Oh, he makes some room, and Masuku does very well to follow him, but a leading edge through the slips runs away for 4. Fortuitous, he doesn't care. Linux Chando, excuse me, because that is the 6th boundary that he has scored in this innings. The Southern Rocks running away with this power play, 39 for 1. He's not looking to hang around, is Linux Chando. What a beautiful ball, though, from Enis Masuku. And the presence of mind to see where the batter is going and follow him. Another inside edge. Oh, that is going to be painful. Very painful. The previous delivery, outside edge, runs away for 4. The next delivery, inside edge, runs away for 4. And there is heaps of claps from the Southern Rocks dugout because, like I said earlier, they won't care how these runs come, especially in the power play where most teams have really struggled. 25 for 5 in the first power play was the Eagles. 25 for 6 was the Mountaineers. So it hasn't been easy getting runs in the power play, but Linux Chando here showing everybody how it's done. 32 off 13. Oh, he's looking to go for it. He's looking to go for it. Perhaps the inexperience showing, and you expect the senior better in the context of how many games has he played. Not entirely in this partnership, but how many games has he played? And international for Zimbabwe does the right thing. Is Innocent Kaia runs across, just whispers in his ear, we've already got 9 runs in this over. Perhaps what we want to do is make sure you and me are there in the next over. Wide. Or is it? Maybe that's why there was a little bit of an appeal, because something caught the ball on its way to the keeper. End of the 5th. Southern Rocks 43 for 1. Five overs gone. Linux Chando, 32 off 12. What a way to kickstart your domestic T20 career. Change of bowling. Another quick single. These two have been running very well, understanding each other. No doubts once the call has been given. You take off and you hope you make it. Enslin Glovo from the city end. Tell you what, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. Whoever wins this battle will have a lot to say about where this game will end up. Tries to go for a reverse sweep. And Enslin Glovo, it's almost as if he knew exactly what was coming. Fires it in towards off stump. Very fortunate for Linux Chando that doesn't clatter into off stump. Harare Sports Club faithfuls. You can see those Eagle shirts flying. Why not? They just won their match earlier. Cut away. Ah, beautiful. Beautiful. Make some room. And preempts the line and the length from Enslin Glovo. And just moves away from his stumps and claps it through that gap at extra cover. And no chance for anyone to get anywhere close to it. He runs away for 4, and Linux Chando moves to 36 of just 17 deliveries. And Mr. Lavit Masunda, the cameras do love him. Bowled out. The exuberance of youth, the excitement of a debut. 36 balls off just 18 deliveries. Lennox Chando plays a shot perhaps that many will question. It's unfortunate, but he has entertained us with a brilliant 36 of just 18 deliveries, a strike rate of 200 on debut. That's not so bad. Perhaps we are asking for too much. 48 for 2 after 5.4. He walks off a proud man, but perhaps with lots of lessons to understand the difference between a good 36 and a magnificent 70. He needs to earn and learn as quickly as possible. As an opener, there is an opportunity there. We were speaking earlier about the amount of runs that are in our top 4 nationally, and that right there was an opportunity for him to double up, to triple up, and try and see if he can put a little bit of pressure on those guys in the national side. Ainsley Ndlovu, using all his experience, you saw him early trying a switch hit. He's been replaced, though, by Jonathan Campbell. It's a player that divides opinion a little bit. Lots of talent, not short of hard work. He works very hard. In the T20 game, he can hit a few, but the consistency hasn't really come. That's one of the few areas that you need to work on, how to consistently come through and churn up some runs. And part of that is being able to get off strike as quickly as possible. Down the ground, picks up a quick single and gets off the mark. End of the power play, end of the first 6. A successful one for Ainsley Ndlovu. He takes out the dangerous Lennox Chando, 49 for 2. And after losing the toss and being thrown in at the Southern Rocks, who feel as if they've done justice to themselves. 49 runs in that first 6 overs. Lennox Chando responsible for most of that damage. 36, 8 boundaries in there. And if you look at it, if you think about it, 8 by 4, that is 32 runs that he got from boundaries alone. And he managed to pick up a few more singles. So if he is able to learn from that, find ways to manage his innings, find ways to control his aggression, and also understand that there is always going to be a 3rd and 4th, maybe 5th change bowler where you can target him and get more runs. Wide to start with. Tanasko Bechani back into the attack, not for 2 for his first over. He was the one who opened proceedings from this end. Changes ends, comes over the wicket, and provides perhaps a much more simpler match-up for Jonathan Campbell. Ball out. Uncharacteristic from Jonathan Campbell, tries to play a reverse sweep. And Tanasko Bechani was full and straight and a little bit fast as well. He picks up his first wicket, and it's for a very big wicket. Jonathan Campbell. His run of poor form continues. The Southern Rocks, 50 for 3. Captain walks into bat at 50 for 3. Roy Kaia joins his cousin brother, Innocent Kaia. For those who are like me, busy and not watching some football, you will know that Chelsea Football Club has just beaten Everton 2-0. I can't tell you how important that result is. Not only for you guys to keep hearing nice voices from me, but in the grand scheme of things, that league has to go back to London. Back to the game. Tanasco Bechani, 1 for 3 in 1.1 overs. He started very well here. Driven away. Square down to those practice pitches where Milton Shumba is. Keeps it down to 1. Ray Kaia, victim of a somewhat deliberate bump in their match against the Eagles. You could see tempers flaring there. It was given out. What about? Beautiful. A nice control from Bechani. He's keeping that line very straight, not giving Kaia any room to swing those arms. Finds the edge this time around. This is very good from Bechani. This is very good from Bechani. And with that, he fixes his field, changes something. He's making sure that he bowls out of this over very well. And this is something that many young bowlers need to understand. You need to be able to bowl out of an over very well in order to carry some momentum, just like that. If they pick up 2 singles here, he has done well. Now what you don't want is for anyone to score a boundary on that 4th and 5th delivery, because then that carries momentum into the next over. 52 for 3. Shot, cut away. He just walked in, is Roy Kaia. Many a times that will be cut properly and sweeper wouldn't even have a chance. 7 gone, 53 for 3. More often than not, he comes in difficult periods, and his side would have lost some wickets. About into the wicket, just seemed to stop a little bit. There was an opportunity there for Milton Shumba to take a return catch. It's a weird wicket, this one, because when you slow it down, it tends to grip. We saw what Wellington Masakaza was able to do. And sometimes when you also bowl it into the wicket, it's almost stopping that you have to really wait for it. And we saw how Dion Myers was dismissed, swept away, working the deep for Brian Chari. He's usually very quick. He does very well to keep it in. A follow-up from Luke Jongwe. The 2 veterans of this side combining to keep that ball away from the boundary. And Milton Shumba will need to revisit that line. Good finish. Good finish and good hustling from the young man, Monashe Chimsoro. He's making sure that there is no chance there for anyone to take a single. And if you're a young keeper who's coming into big sides, looking to see if you can cement your place. The hard work that you are seeing from Munashe Chimsoro is very important. Already, everybody else is still hustling and going about. He's already behind the stumps and waiting. .58 for 3 after 8. The spinners just managing to hold that strike rate that had ballooned because of Lennox Chando's bet. Good bowling. Very good bowling. He's done very well, is Bechani. Almost as if he's back to his 2021 form, straight out of COVID. Kaia, Takashinga captain, very good at rotating strike, especially against spin. If you can bowl a couple of dot balls to Kaia, it means that you've done your homework and you're doing very well. Another single. This time it's pushed towards Brian Chari at extra cover. Perhaps too wide and unable to stop that single. 2 balls to go, just the 2 singles. Straight to Brian Chari for another dot ball. Beautiful this from Tanasko Bechani. His control since the opening delivery has just improved and grown from strength to strength. Cut away, beautiful. Kaia, what a player. Using all the pace from Tanasko Bechani. This time around is unable to bowl out in a positive way. Is Bechani. He concedes the boundary. The score moves to 64 for 3 after 9 overs. Southern Rocks seem to have just slowed down a great deal in terms of strike rate, in terms of run rate. When Lennox Chando was out there in the power play, goodness me, he was timing it very well. They were going at high 8s and 9s. This time around, the run rate has just gone down a little bit to low 7s, and it's because of that. Dot balls. Dot balls are currency in T20 cricket. Shimmy down the ground doesn't really make a good connection. And again, change in field set. Halfway through the over, just bolstering that backward point region. Mopariwa. And Kaia obliges, just pushes it into that vacant mid-wicket regions. Look for 2, but it's brilliantly fielded by Ainsley Ndlovu. Now, what a player. Continuing from his good bowling, using all that confidence in the dip. Not giving these 2 batters any chance to turn around for a second run. About they're pushing for 2. Straight to the fielder at long on. And it's Masuku. He's a very competitive character, that one. You won't want anyone taking him on for the second one. Fine Teku down leg side. Doesn't really run. He gets away with it. Mushon Shumba. A very good over for him as well. Not for 9 in 2. End of the 10th. And the Southern Rocks 68 for 3. and the players will take some on-field drinks, and I will go to look for a coffee. We'll be back with you very soon. At the halfway stage for the Southern Rocks innings, 68 for 3. It's been dominated by spin and one debutant in Linux Chando, who got 38 of just 16 deliveries, or is it 18 rather? A magnificent show of hitting through the line, invention. That inning had everything. Opening the stumps, running down, over the top of point. It's only until he started trying shots across the line that he perished. And these two veterans of Zimbabwean cricket, Kaia, Innocent Kaia, 13 of 15, 8 of 11 respectively. Tino Maposa comes into the attack for his second over, this time from the golf course end. Beautiful. Beautiful line and length. Kaia not able to make any notable connections there. He's looking to just jab it down to third man. Cut away, Apishly. That will run away for 4. Yes, it does. Like Chris Paul for getting involved there in the dip. Lots of width. And if there's one thing that you don't want to do is to give Roy Kaia an opportunity to play a cut shot. That makes a good connection. Bowling coach and assistant coach, Chris Mpofu. The co-commentator, he'll be back in the commentary box for future games. But today, unfortunately, he has to be out there with the boys. And you can see how happy he was when those wickets were picked up His voice, you can't miss it, hey? Always moves around with his heart on the sleeve. Looking all right is Roy Kaia. Slower one. Run out chance on the non-striker's end. The throw is not great from Mupariwa. Innocent Kaia. Attempted Yoka. He's driven down the ground. This is what Innocent Kaia is very good at, playing for number 1. 12 balls into his innings right now, just the 9 runs. No boundaries yet. The hope is he gets in and is able to open up his shoulders and get that strike rate up to its usual levels. Slow ball pulled away. That doesn't pick up the gap. You'll be disappointed, Roy Kaia. Clive Madande, used to being behind the stumps, he has to clean up. Just that single to finish the over, 75 for 3 after 11. So far, Mfanda Wuya, 7 off 13. Lennox Chando, goodness me. That was the most beautiful 36 you will ever see. And the two brothers at the crease, pushed down to wide, long off. There's a chance for a second run there. Good running, but not as good as the fielding at long off by Tanatsko Bechani. To keep it down to 1. A change of bowling. Another left arm spinner replaces another. They are spoiled for choice, are the Tuskers. Down the ground, hammers it down towards long off. Doesn't really get out of it. Good running from Roy Kaia. A little bit of hesitance from the fielder in the dip. It almost seems to go around the ball, not straight towards the line of that ball. And that gave Roy Kaia the opportunity to go around for the second one. Again, pushed away to square leg. Much better delivery. This one from Ainsley Ndlovu. Angled down towards that leg stump line. There isn't really much a batter can do. Change of fielding once more. Halfway through the over, just bolstering that backward point area that Roy Kaia loves a lot. Drive down the ground. Beautifully bowled, almost beating Innocent Kaia for pace, but he just manages to get his bat down on time. And it's been very good bowling from Ainsley Ndlovu. His control and change of pace, he's really told in these 2 overs he's bowled so far. Good fielding. Very good fielding. Yeah, Roy Kaia thought that was in the gap. And good call from Innocent Kaia, who just stops him in his tracks, sends him back on time. And they managed to avoid a calamitous run out there. 81 for 3 after 12. Tanatwa Bechani in to ball his last over. He's been very good for the Tuskers here. 1 for 13. The 19 balls that he has bowled. Picking up an important wicket. Cut away, and he splits that little gap like a house on fire is Roy Kaia when it comes to cutting. He moves on to 25 of just 24 deliveries. He's starting to build his innings. He's starting to pick up boundaries. He's a dangerous player, and when he gets in, is Roy Kaia. And the last thing that you want is to give him any bit of width to work on. You can see those two fielders behind point. There's Clive Madande and Ainsley Ndlovu. They're trying to be as tight as possible, but that little bit of a gap is all Roy Kaia needs to pick up another boundary. Beautiful. That's where you want to be bowling to Roy Kaia. Don't give him a chance to swing those arms. Down the ground. Is that a chance, or is that all the way for 6? No, what a shot from Roy Kaia. Managing and executing very well. Just giving a little bit of flight, and he runs down and meets it halfway. And through the line, he gets it over the top. 6 more. And the pressure for the first time in his bowling today. Tanatwa Bechani conceding 12 runs so far in this over with 1 more ball to go. Still, it's been a brilliant show of bowling. Ends with the dot ball. Now 1 for 24 in 4. You would take that any day, wouldn't you? Especially if you have bowled an over in the power play. 93 for 3 are the Southern Rocks after 13 overs. Ainsley Ndlovu comes into the attack, rather comes back into the attack from the city end, from around the wicket, and pushed into the vacant mid-wicket region. It will only be the one. Innocent Kaia has somewhat played a subdued role in this partnership. His brother, Roy Kaia, 33 of 28, has been the aggressor, especially that shot over mid-off, showing his intent. Again, another single. Do they look for 2? No, they won't. Wisely so, because Newton Shumba is a very good fielder. singles throughout this over. A great respect from the two Kaias, understanding the danger that Ainsley Love possesses. Just like that, he creates opportunities at the most important of times. Beautiful, beautiful bowling. Just the 4 from it. 3 overs done for Ainsley Love, 1 for 16. The Southern Rocks, 97 for 3 after 14. Enes Masuku from the golf course ends. It will be a very welcome back to a little bit of pace for Innocent Kaia, who I was explaining earlier has played a somewhat subdued role in this partnership. But we know why, because he loves pace. And first ball back, he perishes. He's been looking for pace. And first ball, as Masuku comes back, he tries to run down and get him over the top. He catches the inside half, and that carries all the way to Tino Maposa at cow corner, who takes a simple catch. Another wicket falls for the Southern Rocks. 14 overs gone. They are 97 for 4. Disappointed is Innocent Kaia. He tried to hang around, he tried to provide a worthy partner for Roy Kaia. In the end, the pressure of not being able to play his shots he loves when the ball comes to the bat. That is why straight away when the seamers came back, he was looking to get on the front foot straight away. He doesn't succeed and brings a veteran of Mashingo, the veteran of Southern Rocks, Richmond Mutumbami. He's been around at the Southern Rocks for a long time. One of the longest serving members of the Southern Rocks. He did move away to Eagles, and sometimes he went to the Tuskers, ended up at Mountaineers when I was there. But as soon as the Southern Rocks were reinstated, he was on the bus back to Mashingo province, where he has been one of the stewards of Southern Rocks. Decorated Mutumbami will be tying the knot in this coming week. Or have I spilled the news too early? It will be a cricket partnership, yes. And one that I'm really pleased to see succeeding. Two very humble people getting together to try and build something. 97 for 4. You have to build a partnership with Roy Kaia here. Bumper. A very good, sharp bumper from Enes Masuku. I'm sure he was waiting and licking his lips, waiting for Mtumbami to come through. It's the first time I've seen him bowling without aggression, and you could see how aggressive he was in that run-up, falling in his tracks. Like I was saying, congratulations to Richmond and Ashley Mutumbami. They will be tying the knot in this coming week. We've all booked our flights down to Kwekwe. Another shortage delivery, this time is not well directed. can spew more news. I can tell you that the umpire, who is actually on the on stand right now, is going to be one of the maids. So if you've got some time, find that place and be there to support Richmond and Ashley. Back to cricket, 97 for 4. Foolish. The little bit of pace taken away. And it's Masuku just rolling his fingers across that seam. Richmond Mutomami gets off the mark. A projected total of 134. I'm going to desist from trying to figure out what sort of total is good enough on this wicket, because earlier on I thought 140 wasn't enough. Goodness me, it was more than enough, because the Eagles went on to win by 47 runs. It'll be good to see how this one pans out. Strong boy is Enes Masuku. Pulled away. Has he picked up a gap? Roy Kaia. Yes, he has. Goes Kimberley for 4. And with that boundary, it brings up the 100 for the Southern Rocks. They've taken 15 overs for them to get there, but they have gotten there. 102 for 4. What can they do in these last 5 overs? They've got 2 very capable batters. Roy Kaia, who is into his innings. Richmond Mutomami, this has got in. What can they get up to? If they can get up to that 140, 150 mark under lights, that could provide some problems for a Tuskers team that is without victory in this tournament. Ainsley Lovo comes back into the attack for his 4th and final over. He'll be bowling to Richmond Mutumbami, who has ditched his helmet. Picks up a single. Good work from Chimsoro. Not easy that from being in a squat position, up and running to square leg to try and stop a single and then turning back to try and throw. So that is very good work from the young man. Where does Roy Kaia go from here? He's been very good, Ainsley Lovo. He's been very good. The way that he has just managed to squeeze all the room away from Roy Kaia, who's always looking for width. Down the ground, Brian Zinganyama at extra cover is not able to stop. Or is it Clive Madande? That is actually Clive Madande. Mutumbami picks up his 3rd run. Just push down to deep square leg. The mutual respect here between the batters and the bowlers. Obviously, Ainsley Love knows that you don't give Roy Kaia any width. And Roy Kaia also understands that once Ainsley comes to the stumps, you gotta be respectful, you gotta play with a straight bat, you gotta try and make sure you are circumspect and you're not giving away much. I think that's what Lennox Chando will need to learn here. Which ones can you attack? Which ones do you need to be careful against? One more ball in Endlin Love spell. Finishes well. Just a single down to long on. Now, what a spell is from the veteran of Tuskers cricket, Endlin Love. Now, 1 for 21 in his 4. 16 gone, 107 for 4. The Centurion slowly picking up pace. It is a Saturday evening after all. Those who love the beautiful game of football, you must already know that Chelsea has picked up 3 points. So it's very happy in this comms box. If Tino Maposa comes back into the attack, he's bought very well. Not for 14 in his 2. Pulled away by Richmond Mutumbami. Doesn't pick up a gap. Good fielding from Enslin Lovo. He was ready to let loose there if they tried to pick up a single. In need of runs is Mtumbami. We know how he's been scoring off the field. We need him to score on the field here for the Southern Rocks. A bit of a change in field. Tino Maposa wants his third man much straighter. And that is exactly why he wanted him that straight. Because Richmond Mutumbami just glided one straight to the fielder. It's always nice when those plans comes to fruition. Many a times the captain will move the fielder to the left and the boys hit to the right. And the bowler will complain, and sometimes the bowler will move the fielder to the left and the boys hit to the right. And the bowler will complain. But this time around, everything going exactly as planned. More changes in the field. Ernest Masongo comes back into the ring. And fine leg goes down. And Roy Kaia, as expected, trying to use the pace. Trying to get that ball in between that short third man and backward point. He's not able to do so. A few of you guys asking me, why am I talking about Chelsea? What do you mean, why am I talking about Chelsea? They are the best team in the world. Club World Cup champions, you got to talk about them. Slower ball, a cut away. Does he pick up the gap? He doesn't, but the running is very good. Chance for a run out. 2 runs. That's good running from Roy Kaia. Into the 40s now. Roy Kaia, 42 off just 38 deliveries. 2 more balls to go in this over. It's been a good one. Beautifully bowled. He's got 3 guys in the deep. They are looking for 2. Richmond has been sent back. The throw is not exactly where Chimsoro wanted it to be. But that is very good fielding in the deep. You would not know that that is a wicket-keeper batsman, an international for Zimbabwe behind the stumps. He's very quick in the field. He's able to pick that up one-handed and throw it back. Richmond Mutumbami had all but committed to that second run. He's bowled well, Tino. Nelson, is that going to count for anything? Beautiful. Yeah, beautiful change of pace. And you could tell that he wanted to bowl that delivery. He planned it way before that. Pulls up the fine leg, pulls up the third man. So the ball doesn't really run past those two. A beautiful over again from Tino Maposa. 17 gone. Nelson for 4. Luke Jongwe would have been the few of the Tuskers boys would have been happy to see the back of Lennox Chando. He took him apart in that over, did Lennox Chando. 17 runs off the 5 balls that he faced off Luke Jongwe. The other one was a single from his opening partner. Can he redeem himself? Luke Jongwe starts off with the low foot toss down the ground. Does he? It doesn't. Good fielding. Beautiful from Andlin Lovo. Serves a definite boundary. About. I think it's a little bit late here for Luke Jongwe to really redeem himself in terms of those bowling figures, but what he can do is to make sure that he helps out his team with whatever overs is given from here on. If he can go at around run a ball from here on, he would have done himself justice. Heaved over long on. Does it have the legs? Yes, it has. 6 more from Roy Kaia. Now he's turning it on, and that brings up his 50. And he's acknowledged by all and sundry around Harare Sports Club. Now, what a brilliant knock from the captain. Came in when things were a little bit difficult. He's worked very hard. He's run well in between the wickets, but most importantly, he's been able to put the bad ball away. 51 of just 42 deliveries, 4 boundaries in 2 maximums. Again, he goes again. Does he get all of it? No, he doesn't. Diving catch. Clive doesn't get there. Ends up picking 2. A brilliant effort in the deep. Diving effort. Another slower one, driven wide of extra of deep point. A good running from Mutumbami. Reka here doing very well here, just toying with those fielders in the deep. He's making sure that he's hitting that ball always some meters to the left or to the right of the deep fielders, allowing them to pick up 2. Yeah, he looks to the heavens. Here's Luke Jongwe. He has had better days with the ball. Another slower ball. Is that a chance? No, it's not, because that's been deposited right over the fielder at long on. What a shot from the captain, who is turning it on here. It's almost as if they've targeted Luke Jongwe here. He's gone for 36 in his 2 overs. 18 apiece. Now, what an over is that for the Southern Rocks? And the move to 129, and you can see what that does to that projected score. It jumps from 132 to 143. Beautiful batting from Roy Kaia, who's moved to 61 or 45 deliveries. into the last 2 overs. Enes Masuku has bowled well up to this stage, picked up 2 wickets for 19 runs. Richmond Mutumbami tries to go over cow corner. Does he get all of it? Maybe too much height. And it's been dropped in the deep. And it's Clive Madande. I've been praising him all night about how he's been very good in the field, but this time around, it succumbs to the pressure of being under a high ball, under lights. It doesn't actually make a connection. That ball did not get into his hands at all. Difficult to field under lights. Now, this is how you appreciate all those cricket stars that you see playing day in and day out under lights. It does take some getting used to. Or try something fancy. Now with that field, you can't blame him. But knowing Richmond Mutumbami, I think he's better off trying to hit that ball with power over the top, where it's coming from. Very unfortunate, Enes Masuku not to have picked up his 3rd wicket. Beautiful, beautiful Yorker. Pressure this to Richmond Mutumbami. Just the 2 runs of the first 3 balls of the 19th over. Now, this is usually the over you want to take on. Over the top. Does he get all of it? No, he doesn't. And it's another missed chance. And you can see why there's a couple of teapots on that field for the Tuskers. The fielding effort can definitely improve. And this is very dangerous territory for Matebral and Tuskers. Dropping catches in the deep can definitely come back to bite you. Roy Kaia now, importantly, is back on strike. 2 more deliveries in this over. Clobbered, straight back over the top. It's coming towards us. 6 more, is it? Yes. It does get it over the top. Makes a good connection. Is Roy Kaia. I'm sure he's holding a very nice bat. But what I liked about how he's gone about most of that hitting is he's trying to go straight. On a wicket that's a little bit tacky and too paced. It is the best way to go about it. He had bowled well, Enes Masuku, until Roy Kaia happened. And again, this time, to the right of extra cover, Muton Shumba does well this time. He keeps the strike into the last over. 139 for 4 after 19. That is the media team that is bringing the game to you. You can see a few very concentrated eyes there. You find the scorer on Cricinfo. You find the scorer on ZC app. You will find a few journals in there in the media center. And we are just above them, bringing the sounds to these pictures. Tino Maposa is the one that has been tasked to bowl the last over. He's gone at 6s. If he does maintain that same run rate, that same economy rate, it will be magnificent for the Tuskers. But that being said, Roy Kaia will have a lot to say about that. And Chino Maposa prevails. he uproots the leg stump of Roy Kaia in swinging, back of a length delivery that seemed to not bounce a lot. And Roy Kaia will walk out a very proud man after lifting the hopes of his team. He came in at a bit indifferent period where they just lost 2 quick wickets. And him and Innocent Kaia were able to put together a decent partnership that then allowed them to hit a few big ones. A well-played captain, a real captain's innings. Even the coach is pleased. Everyone in that dugout is really appreciative of the captain's effort. Roy Kaia, the new man in. I like the way that rhymes. New man in is Newman Nyamuri. Lots of talent in this young man. He can definitely hit a ball, but mainly in this team for his batting, for his bowling rather. But what a ball by Tino Maposa. Again, very straight into the block hole. They will try and push for 2. Yes, they will. An opportunity for a run out. The throw is not good enough. Good running from Tumbami. Very selfless. In this partnership, you will be the senior batter. And many a times you see many in that situation just wobbling through, hoping to keep strike, but not Richmond. Using all his experience to give the young man an opportunity. Can you use it though, the opportunity? Rocks looking for 150 here. Slower ball, and he has just scooped it into the keeper's hands for a very simple catch for Munashe Chimsoro. Newman Nyamure will have to walk back after scoring just the 2 runs. Will Richard Mutumbami regret giving the young man back the strike? We'll live to see that. Chino Maposa picks up his 2nd wicket, and the Southern Rocks are reduced to 145 for 6. Newman in. Owen Muzondo. How I love this cricket player. Lots of passion about the game. And again, one of the all-rounders in the side, known more for his left arm orthodox. But here you have to try and get his team a few runs. Picks up a single. I think that's all he needs to do, and give Richmond Mutumbami an opportunity to close out this innings in the way that he knows how to do. And as expected, like I predicted earlier, we've got a bit of a shower. The hope is that it will not hamper proceedings of this particular matchup. Full toss doesn't really connect. Richmond Mutumbami, he picks up a 1. He's had a difficult time in the field. Is Luke Jongwe. You try and right the wrongs of his bowling when he comes out to bat. All-rounder. I don't know what role he hasn't taken up for Zimbabwe. He's opened the bat, he's opened the bowling. Last delivery, Owen Mzondo. Tries to scoop, he does. And he's taken, no he hasn't, it's dropped. Buzzers, a lot of extra runs coming in there from being a wicket-taking delivery. to 2 extra runs. All happening here, a few comedies of errors. 20 overs is done and dusted, and the Southern Rocks have posted 145 for 6. Tuskers will need 146 runs in their allocation of 20 overs. But I do doubt that we will have a full 20 overs because the rain has arrived. The ground staff, as you can see, are starting to get prepared to try and cover the square. Most importantly, they want to try and cover that strip before it gets a little bit slippery. Goodness me, these guys work very hard. This is some of the things that the viewers at home don't get to see. The hard-working men and women that make sure that cricket is played. We are going to take a break and allow the ground staff to do what they know how to do best, giving us perfect conditions for our cricket stars to go out there and excel. I'm going to take a break. I will see you when the chase resumes. Good afternoon or evening, rather, and welcome back to the chase. And you can see the umpires are out there just monitoring the last bit of preparation on the wicket. Good news from the middle is that the umpire, Langton Rusere and Sedan Manewana, have said the conditions are good for us to continue. We haven't lost any time away from this game. Earlier on, Ashley Mfanda was out there with the debutant Linus Chando. I think he had the best seat in the house to see 36 blistering runs for Chando on debut. Innocent Kaia contributed in a partnership with Roy Kaia, who was magnificent towards the end. 68 or 48 deliveries for the captain, 4 boundaries and 4 maximums in that innings. The rest were all in support, and in the end, 145 for 6 for the Rocks. Tanasko Bechani, brilliant. Dot ball count of 13 in that 24 run that he conceded. 1 wicket in that. Tino Maposa was also very good. 10 dot balls in that. 24 runs as well. The economy of 6. Enes Masuku, very good as well. 13 dot balls, 20 runs he conceded, and he was able to contain at 7.25. Look, Jongwe, the difference in the game so far. 2 overs, 1 dot ball, and 36 runs in that no wicket, an economy rate of 18. Ezlit Ngovu and Milton Shumba were all very good, going at less than 6. Ansley picking up a wicket. So, the players are out there getting ready and making sure that we start this game on time. Mm, 146 runs the Tuskers will need in their 20 overs. Good news is that we haven't lost any bit of time. As we have seen in this competition, there will be another spinner and from the golf course end. What is it about that end that people are just bowling spinners? Left-arm spinners as well. We saw Wellington Masakadza, Ali Hasnan, and earlier on we saw Tanatswa Bechani opening the bowling from this same end. It will be very interesting to see how Jalad Khan will bowl in this particular spell. Out there to bat and to start up things for the Tuskers is the ever confident Brian Mudzinganyama, and the veteran of Tuskers cricket, Brian Chari. Now the captain, Roy Kaia, just making his final changes in the field. Field set looks like this, cow corner. Now there's a long on at the boundary. 45 who's moving on to the offside. A square leg in the ring. And Richmond Mutumbami is just directing Owen Muzondo to go to the 45 down leg side. You also swap with Ali Asfand. Very interesting to see this, how it will go. Brian Mzinganyama coming in a little bit of form. His team up in the UK were very successful. He was a big part of it. He scored a ton of runs over there. Hit family back to the bowler. There are lots of noise out there. Lots of noise out there. Ali Asfan starts just like all the other 4 left-arm spinners have started, with the dot ball. Off the mark, Brian Zinganyama. And with that, the Tuskers are also up and running on their way to that 146 that is needed. Of 100. and 20 balls, and now 118. And they will need to go at a consistent rate of 7.37. And they will be looking to utilize this power play with these fielding restrictions to try and get a little bit of a head start. As fun, they started very well though into the wicket, unlike the the other three spinners we've seen today that were happy to just flight the ball and tempt the batters. That's your everyday action. This is what these foreign imports, I don't know if that's the politically correct way of saying it, but they're foreign and they've been imported. So it's very good to see different actions, different type of ideas from the spinners. And this one here is a good one, Ali Asfand. A little bit of a premeditated move by Brian Chowry, just daring Ali to go onto the stumps. They've been looking to just heave it onto the leg side from that position that he had created. A very steady start so far for the Rocks in the field. They're diving around. Singanyama picks another single. End of the over. 3 for no loss after the first one. From the city end. It starts off with a wide. Or is it? Seems as if it brushed something on its way down to the keeper. Beautiful. A bit of movement from Jalad Khan. Just getting Brian Mtsinganyama in some sort of doubt. About really good. I'm not afraid to pitch it up. And as a result, he's getting a little bit of movement. And just so you know, it's just coming up to me. And this is why it's important to always be in touch with your cricket rules. Beautiful bowling. Good variation. A few pitched up deliveries. Seemingly, Mzinganyama would have been thinking of lining Jalat up. Jalat comes up and drops the length and manages to also put something behind it. Something that is very good for the young men, Newman Nyamuri and Ernesto Veja or Leshtam Simas. They will learn a lot from the experience of Jalat Khan. Pressure now on Brian Zinganyama. 4 consecutive dot balls. Mistimed backfoot punch. Still able to pick up a single. Brings Brian Chari to strike. Jalat just making sure that all his fielders are in the exact places that he wants them. About really beautiful over that from Jalat, just the one from it. Just challenging those stumps against Brian Chari. Many fielders from the Rocks would have been in communication with their import, their overseas pro, just telling him exactly where he needs to be against Brian Chari, and that is exactly where you need to be, right on the stumps. Tuskers, 4 for no loss in 2 overs. Change of action and change of bowling. Owen Mzondo comes into the attack straight away. Brian Zinganyama tries to meet him halfway. And it only cost him 1 run. He will come around the wicket to the left, to the right hander. Just trying to tuck him off most of that room. It will mostly be just wicket to wicket stuff from here on. Both these bowlers, Jalat and Asfant, and now Owen Mzondo, trying to be around the stumps. Big appeal, and it's been given. Brian Chari is standing out there trying to make his case, but it's already too late. You want to be making your case with a bat. And Owen Mzondo has given the Rocks an early breakthrough here. Brian Chari, we have to go back to the dugout after just scoring 1 of the 5 deliveries is first. Early break here for the Rocks. Tuskers 5 for 1 after 2.2. Tafara Mpariwa walks out to bat. A familiar situation. He's always first drop for the Tuskers. Tried and tested. No bout from Mzondo. The follow-up delivery is also right on the stumps, just forcing the batters to score off good balls. Brian Mzinganyama now. He's not used to being back down. Again into the wicket just for the single. Richmond Mutumbami. I bet you can't stop thinking about his wedding. That's why he's been fumbling about everything that has come to him. Understandable if you ask me. Mpariwa, back on strike. Down the ground and over the top. Does he get all of it? No, he doesn't. A brilliant catch. And a little bit of a celebration. It's party time for the Southern Rocks. Tafaram Pariwa tries to go over the top. He doesn't really catch all of it. And Owen Mzondo picks up his second wicket. And the Tuskers in trouble early here. 7 for 2. Yeah, dejected Tafaram Pariwa walks out after scoring just one of 2 deliveries. Milton Shumba comes into bat. Ever looks like a man on a mission. I can tell you, in his mission plan, he did not have him batting at 7 for 2 after 2.5 overs. But it's his friend from the Gladiators Cricket Club that has made the damage here. 2 wickets in the over. Can he go one better here? Another good ball from Owen Mzondo, who has picked up 2 wickets for just 4 overs, for just 4 runs in his first over for the Southern Rocks domestic T20 team. So far, something interesting is that in today's games, at least in the games that I've covered today, the only batter that has looked comfortable against a new ball in the power play, against both spinners and seamers, is the debutant, Chando. It speaks volumes of the potential in the young man. And speaking about potential, nothing goes past the young man named Newman Nyamuri. I can promise you that there's a whole lot of hopes on those shoulders, on those young shoulders. They can be very snappy. Comes into replace Jalat. Funny. The 4 bowlers that have bowled here for the Southern Rocks have all been left arm. Starts off with a wide down leg side. And he's bowling to his club mate, Milton Shumba, a very respected man at Gladiators. Their current captain, if I'm not mistaken. So he would know exactly the ability of Newman Nyamuri. And that first ball is nothing close to it. You have to improve. Again, it's down leg side. Easy decision that for Lenton. Like earlier on I was saying, it's important to stay in touch with your cricket rules. And if you look at the crease where the batter is standing, there is 4 lines there. 4 distinct colored lines. Those lines are not there just for show. Those lines are there to communicate something. I will explain. Much better. That is a much better line and length. and is rewarded with his first dot ball. Okay, so you see those 4 lines. All right. Those 4 lines, obviously the 2 wide lines that are usual, but the one very important one is the wide line that is behind the batter, immediately after the stumps, about half a foot. That is the down leg side wide line. It's no longer the same case. Wow. Wow. A brilliant, brilliant shot from Milton Shumba. Full and wide, lots of width, and Milton Shumba greets it with a wheeling willow. He cracks it through the covers, and no one moved. And that has prompted the Tuskers fans out in the deep to get into song and dance. And I can understand why. That is one of the best shots played today. It's a party out there. It's always a party out there. Good comeback. A very good comeback. Much better line. Still nicely played by Milton Shumba, who skips through for a single. This is why we love cricket. Full and straight. Zinganyama usually very, very good at dealing with those deliveries. Doesn't really connect. Almost as if he didn't really commit with that front shoulder. 131 in 98 balls. Still 2.2 overs of this power play. 15 for 2 so far. Swing and a miss. And it's given. Newman Nyamure started off with a couple of wides down leg side. They've been hit through the covers. But this time around, he comes back and is taking a big wicket off Brian Mtsinganyama. He didn't seem to really commit with that front shoulder, like I said, in the previous ball. And this time he's been made to pay. You walk back a disappointed man. And there was an opportunity here under lights to make his claim. He's caught by the debutant Lennox Chando, bald Newman Nyamuri. He didn't really get going. Is Brian Mtsinganyama. 5 of 12 deliveries. The Tuskers in trouble early here. New better in. Monashe Chimsoro, exciting talent, a very exciting talent. In at 5, usually opens the batting. So this is a different sort of challenge for him, the young man. And he's got another young man to try and deal with. A young man with wings behind him. A swing and a miss. A dot ball to end the over. Pretty eventful over that. It had everything. Brilliant shots. Average deliveries down leg side for wides. And a couple of decent deliveries to pick up wickets. And I think that's what the umpire Langton Risere is talking about. End of the 4th, 15 for 3. Bowling change from the golf course end. The captain Roy Kaia saying Owen Mzondo, you've picked up 2 wickets in that over. You've done your job. There's a left-hander here in Newton Shumba. I want to change the look of this matchup. I want him to be hitting a ball across the line if he wants to go to his strong leg side that he likes. Driven down the ground firmly for a single. And it looks as if the Southern Rocks captain is just struggling and uncomfortable with something at the right foot. He seems to be okay. He can be a little bit dramatic, Roy Kaia, if he wants to. Intent straight away shown by Munashe Chimsoro. You can see that there's no boundary rider on that offside field. Down the ground and straight up. Is that a chance for somebody in the dip? Taken. Newman Nyamuri completes a catch. Munashe Chimsoro, like I said, this was a very different type of challenge to what he's used to, opening the bat, coming in with 3 wickets down, with a lot of pressure. And it hasn't taken much to become 16 for 4. 4.3 overs done. Inexperience. Yeah, that's what it is. Lots of talent, lots of promise. He will have to go. Munashe, replaced by his overstudy, Clive Madande. Big heart. I think this is the partnership for the Tuskers. If they are going to have anything to say about this match, these two here will have to go deep into this innings. Newton Shumba 705 is no problem. He's not the problem here because he knows how to bet time. He knows how to anchor in innings. Clive Madande is usually a finisher. And betting at 6, I do not think he had the wildest dream of betting in a power play. Ray Kaia having a night of his dreams here earlier on. A magnificent 65. Now has picked up a wicket with his second ball. A punch through extra cover. Dive to stop the second. No, he doesn't stop the second, but he stops a definite boundary there. I'm not entirely pleased to see Newman Nyamuri diving and putting those shoulders onto the floor. Earlier on, we were with Christopher Mpofu, and he explained why he doesn't like to see his fast bowlers diving around. A decent over so far from Roy Kaia. Good fielding. Good fielding. Very good fielding from Jonathan Campbell. Yeah, the Rocks have got their tails wagging out there. They are smelling blood. One more wicket here, and the Tuskers could be in deep, deep trouble. Not that they are not in deep, deep trouble, but they could be in worse trouble. 5 overs gone. 18 for 4. Tinkering is Roy Kaia. Jalad Khan comes back into the attack. Wide. Down leg side. That delivery just further to the left of that first wide line that is behind the batsman. It's good to see, though, the ICC trying to do something for the bowlers, trying to increase their margin for error. Because usually it has always been anything down leg side, even if it's clearing the leg stump by the skin of the teeth, is still a wide. But this time around, they've been given a little bit of a leeway. Another dot ball. A lot of chatter for the Southern Rocks, who are smelling blood here. If they can hold their nerve and win this particular match, they will go top. And that's huge going into the second round. Full and straight is pushed into mid-on. Kaia, the captain, is unable to stop the single. And this is why Newton Shumba is such an important player, not only for the Tuskers, but in Zim cricket, because he's the one guy who is happy to take some pressure. He's happy to just soak in that pressure, waiting for his moments. And he's also very good in between the wickets. That is something that can always put you in a better place, being busy between the stumps. Wicket to wicket is the name of the story today. Jalad Khan, just the 3 runs he's conceded in his 9 balls. The bowling in both power plays has been very good, apart from the magical innings of Lennox Chando. Most of the batters have struggled in the power play. Good running. Newman Yamuri caught sitting on his ankles. And Clive Madande gets off the mark. Oh, that's actually his 3rd run. What are you doing, Tinasha? Are you sleeping? I know it's a night game. $125 of 86 deliveries. That equation still not out of hand, just 8.7 runs per over. Wickets column, though, is saying something else. Flicked away, and that's going to run away for 4. A despairing appeal. I think that was just a very hopeful one, because there was no point at all where that ball was ever hitting the stumps. I think Newton Shumba managed to get a little tickle to that one. And picks up a boundary. Or is it leg byes? It is leg byes, actually. One more delivery to go in this power play. 25 for 4. It's been the story of the day. Does that go through? No, it doesn't. Good work from is that Ernesto Veja. I'm not sure who he is actually out there for, because he is not on the starting 11 today. I'm struggling to see who is actually not out there in the field. And Sim Fanda, where I can see pretty much everybody. I have not seen Innocent Kaia. I have not seen Innocent Kaia. The hope is that he is okay. No, he's out there. So as soon as I get that information, I will let you viewers know as to why Ernesto Veja is out there. Change of bowling. Ali Asfan comes back into the attack. Newton Shumba Picks up another single. 10 of 10 so far. They will need Milton Shumba in the 20th over if Tuskers are to have any chance whatsoever of winning this game. Clive Madande, at some stage, will have to do the heavy lifting in terms of finding the boundary and upping that run rate. Strong shots down the ground, punched into long off where Jonathan Kembo is. It's a very simple equation. The Tuskers, we have to find a way to bet 20 overs here to stand the slimmest of chances. Good running, very good running. A bit of hesitation between Richmond Mutumbami and Newman Nyamuri. A little look between Milton Shumba and his club mate Clive Madande, and they decide to take the second run. Now these two will need to do a lot of that. A risk-free cricket, just punching the balls into the gaps and running as hard as they can until such a time as they are able to do something else other than just the ones and twos. Edged away. Tries to make some room. The captain, Roy Kaia, in pursuit. You keep it down to 2. Productive so far. 6 runs. 1-1, 2-2. And again, Ali Asfan, not entirely sure which side of the stumps he wants to be bowling at. Beautiful. Beautiful cricket from both the bowling team and the batting team. Good balls pushed into gaps. Bad balls, they're trying to get more than just one. Ali Asfan has really excited me so far. I think it's very important. It's a very important exercise that you get to face bowlers that you are not used to facing all the time. Clubbed through wide, mid-off, long off rather. And Jonathan Kembo does a brilliant job in keeping that just to 1. 8 runs off that 7th over. 34 for 4 after 7. New bowler from the city end. It's Ernesto Veja. Hard running in between the wickets. A good fielding as well from Owen Mzondo. Does very well. A lot of intensity in this game. Gets a verbal warning from Langton Rusere. Deliberate ball tampering, ramming the ball onto the hard table and bouncing more than twice. It's only supposed to bounce once. So he gets a little look from the umpire. About well played as well. Newton Shumba quietly building his innings, 16 or 14 so far. Because the equation is not that much out of this world. Of course, they are going at just under fives. They will need to go at over eights at some point. But they have time to actually get themselves in. About very good bowling, wicket to wicket. Kaia coming very straight in that extra cover region. Trying to stop that single down the ground. Pass off delivery. Mitten Shumba wanted a second one. A good work from Newman Nyamuri, running almost 40 meters to try and stop that second run. 37 for 4 after 7.4. This is not in the bag yet for the Southern Rocks. Put away in the gap. Is there a chance for a second one? Yes, there is, because before now we have just fumbled that one. Nicely placed, and as always, pushing the fielders in the deep and putting some pressure. Driven straight at this time. Jonathan Campbell is laboring toward that ball, trying to stop that second run. Very good from the deep fielders. After 8 overs, Tuskers trying to resurrect their innings, 40 for 4. So, after 8 overs, they need 106 from 72 deliveries. Not the worst of situations to be in. If these two can be together at the 14th, 15th over and assess where they will be, they are all very clean hitters of a cricket ball. And I would like to see one of these get a big 50 and maybe perhaps push their team towards fighting for this particular game. They need to be on the board are the Southern Rocks. No, the Tuskers rather, who are still winless in this competition. Then run rate slowly creeping up, up onto the fives now. And that has happened without any of these boys picking up any boundaries. Just knocking the balls into the gap. Good running. Very good running. You can't be at the heels of your feet when Clive and Newton are out there in a partnership, especially in the situation where they understand the risks are going to be far and few in between. So they have to keep knocking the balls into gaps and taking singles. Again, straight down the ground, strong shots. Jonathan Campbell is going to be a busy man tonight. 4 singles in this over so far. The hope will be that Roy Kaia will give them something to go at. Is that an edge? And it's been taken. And Milton Shumba will have to walk back. Yeah, they were looking for something to score from. But Roy Kaia has come up with the goods and has taken the most important wicket in this particular Tuskers betting lineup. A guy who can bet time, a guy who can rotate strike, and a guy who can perhaps also hit the big ones at the death. Milton Shumba will be very disappointed. He was working very hard, trying to build that innings, trying to be there towards the end. And you have to walk back. You can see how very animated he is. He is caught by his clubmate, the debutant Linux Chando, who is having a magnificent day out there. And Roy Kaia picks up his second. Tuskers, 44 for 5. Look, Jongwe. He walks out with his team in deep troubles here. And him and Clive Madande, perhaps the last hope for this struggling Tuskers betting lineup. Roy Kaia turning it on here earlier with the bat. Now with the ball, 2 for 7 in his 1.5 overs. Required run rate. That's the important part there. That's what you need to be looking at, because that keeps creeping up. Now just under 10 runs. And with every dot ball, that run rate will keep creeping up. 102 of 67 deliveries. Off the mark straight away. He's not as fast as Newton Shumba, so they will settle for the one. You will keep the strike. 5 runs, 1 wicket from that Roy Kaia over. After 9 overs, 45 for 5. Tuskers languishing at the bottom of that table. 2 defeats, 1 no results, only 1 point so far, and a net run rate of minus 1.8. So that's something that they were looking to change today. But this Southern Rocks team is growing from strength to strength. They had a difficult first game, but they were very fortunate because that same game that they were struggling in ended up being affected by rain, so they shared the points. But since then, they've been very good, picking up 2 victories. And they look set to pick up another. Newman Nyamuri from the golf is at City End. He is going to have to try and help them. And at the moment, the umpire, Langton Rusere, has stopped the game and requested to have the match ball back to him. Why? Because one of our floodlights looks to have dimmed, and in that situation, no one can do anything about it. So there will be a little bit of a delay while our technical team is fixing the lights. You can see if just one light is not in perfect working order, it will need to stop the game. So with that, we'll take an early drinks break, and we'll be back with you after a short moment. Good evening, and welcome back to Harare Sports Club. Apologies for the delay. Technical issues to do with electricity that anyone at the ground could not do anything about. One of our fired lights did not have the power it needed to get the game going. Fortunately, the people in charge were able to get us back into a situation where we can have a game going. But the situation has changed. Obviously, we are only going to play up until the end of the 14th over. And as such, the Tuskers now have a revised target. They will need 74 runs in 30 balls. Newman Nyamuri will start things off from the city end. Luke Jongwe, one not out of just the one delivery. Clive Madande was just getting up to his business. 9 of 12 deliveries. Both these two batters love this situation. They do love an almost dead situation. 30 balls, 74 runs. What a situation we've got here. Run straight away. Luke Jongwe gets his second run. Push through into the mid-wicket boundary where Owen Zondo is. He's very nifty, very quick in between. He manages to keep it down to one. A little bit of invention from Clive Madande. I think this is his perfect situation. He's a finisher of some sort. But that run rate though, the current just over 5. The needed just over 15. Where do we get those 10 runs? Luke Jongwe has had a very difficult match so far. He's 2 overs, going for a mammoth 36 runs, 18 apiece. And in that situation there, he has an opportunity to get quick runs here and sort of redeem himself from what has been a very difficult performance. Beautiful bowling from Newman Nyamuri. Knows exactly what he wants to try and do from around the wicket, angling towards that off stump. And if he is able to hit that white line, it's impossible to put him away, really. Two more balls, 3 singles so far. Clive Madande trying to take away the width, obviously. The captain, Kaia, trying to close out that leg side that Madande is so good at attacking. In that previous delivery, just moving across his stumps, trying to get that ball into the arc. 17.04. Every dot ball means that that run rate moves up. This time around, it's been clubbed towards that cow corner region. He doesn't get all of it. Owen Zondo, good running. A very good running between these two. End of the over. 10 overs gone, 50 for 5. Yes, indeed. If you're just joining us, it is 50 for 5. Before that long break, the Tuskers lost 5 wickets. And that was Tafaram Pariwa, Brian Chari, Munashe Chimsoro, Brian Mzinganyama, and Newton Shumba. All of whom were looking like they could do some damage. But the good bowling and the good plans, especially from the spin department, they've done very well. 4 left-arm spinners in that team. Jalad Khan will resume. 2 overs bowled so far, just 5 runs conceded. That is mean. Nah, that is very stringy. He hasn't given anything away to the batters. And if you see that scorecard saying 5 wickets and Jalad has got none, I can promise you he's responsible for all 5 of them, because the pressure that you create from conceding just 2 runs in 12 deliveries. Look, Jongwe. Heaved over, long off. Taken. Brilliant catch on the rope. He looked as if he got all of it. Look, Jongwe, but alas, he doesn't get enough just to get it over the field at mid-off. Very unfortunate. Yeah, his bad night, bad game, to say the least, comes to an end. He battled with the ball. I thought maybe he could turn things around with the bat. He has to go. Look, Jongwe, you can see dejected. Not a great day's work for him. He's replaced by Tino Maposa. He's a big lad, Tino Maposa. Just a 3 or 5 for Luke Jongwe, caught by Ali Asfand at the boundary. In comes Tino Maposa. He can go about this in one of 2 ways. The first of which is the easiest one. Just get some contact, bring back Clive Madande on strike. Or you take it upon yourself, big lad, to clear the long ropes. Start away. Two runs. He profits from a misfield in the ring. One for 7 in 2.2. Those are handsome bowling statistics. Off the glove, and it loops towards Lennox Chando, who takes an easy catch. Jalad Khan here destroying the Tuskers. What had been 50 for 5, it quickly become 52 for 7. 2 quick wickets in this return over by Jalad Khan. Yeah, that equation daunting. 67 off 22, it almost bends your hand to try and do something. I spoke about having to do it in one of 2 ways. He chose to do it the harder way, which was not getting Clive Madande on strike. And in the end, Tino Maposa perishes. Enes Masuku walks out to join Clive Madande. He's a very keen batter. Is Enes Masuku. A little bit of chatter between Jalad and Masuku as expected. Big smiles from Enes Masuku. He understands that is exactly what he would have done if he was out there bowling and he's got his tail wagging like that. 19.14 is this required run rate out here. If you take a single, the run rate goes up. If you take a dot ball, it goes up. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. A difficult situation this, especially for Clive Madande, when you find yourself 4 balls away from strike and losing 2 partners. And with that dot ball, the run rate creeps up again. 20.1 and over. And it's all because of what Jalat has been able to do here. 2 wickets for 7. 2.4 over. That's 16 balls where Jalat is only conceded 7 runs. Again, nice and short into the body. I think that will be leg buys. I think he got a bet on it, as signaled by Sela Dambanevana. Again, a little bit of chatter between Enes Masuku and Jalat Khan. On comes Clive Madande, starved of strike. How does he go about it here? Does he look for single in order to be on strike in the next over? Does he try and go big? Change in field, deep square leg goes to the rope. A tight cover line. And looks to ramp it over the keeper. Dot ball. And most importantly, it keeps Clive Madande away from strike. And just 3 more overs to go, 18 balls. The required run rate way beyond 22. Actually, exactly 22. Now 3 wickets in hand here for Tuskers. And I think that is the most important reading we can get from that scorecard, and the fact that they have lost wickets consistently since the beginning of the power play. Pegged back by the spinners, and then the seamers came in, and they continued just squeezing the life out of their batting lineup by not giving them any easy runs. Newman Nyarburi comes back into the attack, 1 for 12 in his 2 overs. Perhaps this is an opportunity for Enes Masuku to either bring back Clive Madande back on strike, or perhaps go on the front foot. He decided to go on the front foot, look for a single, run out chance. Oh, misses. He seemed as if he wasn't entirely buying into the idea of him going for that run out, but there was 2 people backing up. Now then, Clive Madande versus Newman Nyamuri, both of Gladiators Cricket Club. They know each other very well. Mutual respect, I would suppose. But here, the battle lines are drawn. Full toss, and Clive is not taking that single. It's decided, Clive, I'm going to have to do this on my own. Almost as if we are back in the Alistair Frost situation earlier on, when the Mountaineers were in deep troubles and they needed somebody to work some magic for them. Is that guy Clive Madande? He's done it for the Zimbabwean team. Wide, I suppose. A little bit of a change up from the young man. Not a bad one. Unfortunately, he overcompensate from a full toss to a bumper that goes over the head. Family driven down the ground. I think this will find the rope. Yes, it does. Oh, is it? Great fielding. Ali Asfand down at long on. That was a heavily struck. It was going at the speed of knots. And with the aid of a dive, keeps it down to just 2 runs. Good running from Enes Masuku to come back. Heaved over to long on. Again, the same man doing an absolutely brilliant job. Just keeping that down to 2. Firstly to his left, now to his right. Still managing to do a job for his team. Serves 2 definite boundaries. Perhaps Clive Madanda is coming into a little bit of form here, starting to mid with the balls. And this one has been clipped over the fielder at fine leg. Again, they pick up 2. Jalad Khan at short fine was able to keep it down to just the 2 runs. Yes, trying everything is Clive Madanda. Not an easy situation this. It was already a difficult situation before the break. And after the break, having lost 6 overs becomes worse. This one has been hit very well, and 6 more. The fielder in the depth making a meal of it. There was an opportunity there for him to at least serve the boundary or take the catch. It is Owen Mzondo who doesn't really get himself in a balanced position in order for him to deal with that. But the important thing is that Clive Madanda is starting to hit the middle of the bat. 50 runs required from just 12 deliveries. Just the 50 runs of 12 deliveries. 25 and over. Where do you start? Where do you start as a batsman? Where do you start if you're Enes Masuku? Maybe an opportunity for Enes Masuku to give the strike back to Clive Madanda, and perhaps an opportunity for Clive Madanda as well to showcase his finishing power. Obviously with one eye looking at the T20 World Cup in India and Sri Lanka in February. Ernesto Feza. Swept away. Is there a fielder in the deep? Yes, there is. Innocent Kaia. Keeps it down to 1. Now then, this is going to be very interesting. He does bowl along the wicket. Usually is Ernesto Feza. That could work in Clive Madanda's favor. Top edge. Is the man getting to it? No, it doesn't. It will only be a single. Overcomplicated it is Clive Madanda. The length was there for him to clobber that one straight back on top of the bowler's head. But he had a predetermined idea in his head. And in the end, it doesn't profit him much. Masuku. Low full toss. Overhead catch for Veja. It doesn't get there. And most importantly, it's just a single. 3 singles, 3 balls. He's doing a very good job, is Ernesto Feza. I'd like to see one of these batters just stand still there and wait for Veja to give them whatever they give them and try and just deal with that. Play cricket shots. Much better and beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled. Perhaps that's why they are not just standing, because that makes it a very easy target. What a ball. What a fall-up ball. Those 3, yes, they were decent balls, but that one there, even Clive Madanda with all his finishing prowess, only had to dab it down and try and see what he can do in the next delivery. Again, very nicely bowled. Wide Yorkers. There's not really much you can do with that. Beautiful bowling from Veja. He's still 1 ball away from finishing his second. But from what I've seen here today, he looks the part, especially at the death. Both the 3 seamers that have bowled here today, at the death especially, Veja, Jalat Khan, and Newman Nyamuri. Those three are going to cause problems for many teams at the death. End of the 13th, 73 for 7. The Tuskers still require another 46 deliveries, another 46 runs of 6 deliveries. What's the worst that can happen if I'm a bowler? I'm defending 46 in 6 deliveries. Spin. It's going to be the spin of Owen Muzondo to finish off proceedings here. They've been the better side from ball number 1 are the Southern Rocks. They had a decent start to the power play. Lovely shots from the debutant Chando, and consolidated by his captain, coming up with a brilliant 50 under pressure. And this is another matchup made in Chitungwiza. Clive Madande and Owen Mzondo of Gladiators. 2 for 4 he has produced so far, Owen Mzondo. And he will have to deal with his club mate, 28 of 24. 6 more. Right at the rope. This has started very well for Clive Madande. What I can say is that he's definitely raising his hand up here to say, when needed, when the equations are more favorable, I'm out here to try and get my team over the line. And it's been taken. Now Owen Mzondo wins the battle. Clive Madande had won the war, but he didn't win the full battle. He gets him out in the next delivery. Wideish delivery, lack of pace. And in the end, he just scoops it to the fielder at backward point, who almost made a meal of it. 79 for 8. That is how the cookie has crumbled here for the Tuskers. They need 40 runs of just 4 deliveries. So they will go through this first round winless. Natanasko Bechani, a happy fella. He comes to the crease with an almost impossible situation in his hands. What can he do? I'm not a Mickey with the bat. A little faint edge. Yeah, it will go down as a chance. Linux Chando. Owen Mzondo would have taken a 4th wicket here to equal what Wellington Masakaza was able to get. This one is slogged away over the mid-wicket boundary. Enes Masuku, he can really pack a punch. Known for his bowling, but he does love his batting. Just a little bit of flight, and he was able to get underneath it and clobbers it over that mid-wicket boundary for another 6, the second one in this over. Two more to Enes Masuku. That one was driven uppishly to wide long off. Jonathan Campbell has been very busy marauding that boundary. Again, that is slogged straight to Newman Nyamuri at long on. He will keep it to 1, and with that, that is the end of the match. The Tuskers 89 for 8 in the 14 overs that they were able to bat. And congratulations to the Southern Rocks captain, Roy Kaia, for leading his team through and going top of the table. So in the end, the Southern Rocks have won by 29 runs using the Duckworth and Lewis method. The match reduced to 14 overs. The target was reduced down to 119. Difficult scorecard to look at. Brian Zinganyama was the first one to go. Brian Chari, OBW, Owen Mzondo, he wasn't happy about that. He's never happy about that. Tafara Mpariwa, he didn't get going at all. Milton Shumba, he tried to create a partnership with Clive Madande. Who ended up having a lone battle of trying to chase down ridiculous run rates. In the end, only Madande and Shumba were able to give the Rocks bowlers any bit of a fight. The bowling, brilliant. Now I want you guys to look, if you're at home, I want you guys to look at that dot ball count. Ali Asfand, 3 dot balls of his 2 overs. Jalat Khan, 12 out of 18 were dot balls. They picked up 2 wickets in that magnificent economy of 2.67. Owen Mzondo obviously took some copping in that last over, going for 2 sixes, but the 3 wickets that he was able to get earlier in his bowling spells made that big difference. Newman Nyamuri bowled very well, 2 overs in the death. He went at 9s, but he picked up a wicket. Roy Kaia, magnificent. 2 overs, 5 dot balls, just 8 runs, and 2 wickets to go with a 60-odd in very difficult circumstances. Arnesh Oveja was also in assistance. He didn't pick up a wicket. But all in all, what a rounded performance from the Southern Rocks. Very dominant, 145 for 6 initially, and then rounded down to a target of 119 after a technical disturbance. So, looking at the domestic T20 standing for 2025-26, the Southern Rocks having won 3, lost none, and 1 disturbed match. They end up on 7 points after 1 round, and they will be hoping that when the tournament resumes in January, they will be able to use that advantage. The Rhinos, they've been very good. Very unfortunate to lose against the Rocks, but definitely a team to look ahead and see how they can do. The Eagles, somewhat hot and cold in some way. 1 defeat, 1 win, 2 no results. Very unfortunate that 2 of their games were rained out. In Mega Market Mountaineers, again with just 1 victory.